Just doing a bit of audio testing before we begin. Okay, so before we begin, I am going to go ahead and run the ad now. This is just for anybody who's coming in. I'm going to try to finish making this cup of coffee real quick. And we'll get started as soon as the 5 minutes show up. Probably should start putting a timer on this if I can. But that's too much speculation. Anyway, see you guys after 5-ish minutes. Sorry about that, folks. Although I'm a minute earlier than expected, by my own calculations. So, ready to play a game? How's everyone doing? Hopefully well. Before we begin, Got to do just a couple of things here. And I also got to re-enable the webcam and tilt the screens. There we go. I've got most of that taken care of. Welcome, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable, and welcome to another episode of Lies of P, the live Let's Play. Before we truly begin, just got a couple of bookkeeping things I want to take care of. First, here is this month's cycle's donators. While there aren't currently any, I do appreciate anybody who has donated in the past, starting last month. I do greatly and deeply appreciate it. And then, while we don't have any subscribers on Twitch from this current cycle, I do want to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy again for their previous Prime subscription, and I hope you made good use of the perk benefits that came along with that Prime subscription. Anyway, I've taken care of that section of the bookkeeping. Let's go to the challenge run scene and turn that on. Seems off center. Hang on. Or maybe the thing itself is off center? There we go. That's not exactly better, but it's close. So, for those who have not seen it yet, I released a video this afternoon, at noon, detailing the little bit of grinding we did. There are also two things I want to go back and do before we continue. Oh, the game didn't just decide to crash. Find out. Nope, okay, it was just being silly. That's fine. Okay. So, what happened last time? Well, we did a very light bit of touching up, but I should have gone back and really did the rest of the touching up. And then we spent 3-ish hours wiping to the green monster. The puppet-devouring green monster of the swamp, as reflected by today's thumbnail. Also, for those of you on Twitch, say hi to YouTube. Hi, YouTube. We are multi-streaming to YouTube. Also, before I begin, and I can see that I have a security update, but I will download that security update later. Like I was saying, we spent 3 hours wiping, 3+ hours wiping to the green monster, who is really hard. Hardest boss I've fought so far, outside of maybe Victor, but Victor is more like, you better pay attention to what I'm doing or you're dead. The green monster just, ugh. I can't really get good reads on what it was doing. I got a little bit better toward the end of the last stream, but well, it's certainly not perfect. It left a lot to be desired. We also have weapons we have to switch up for both phases, which makes this more interesting. just to recap the levels, right. I was saying that I made a 20-minute video. It's around 40 minutes overall, but it's 20 minutes on YouTube. I sped it up 100% to cut the time in half. It essentially is just, it's a posterity video. It's showing you what I did. I summarized it in the comments or in the description of that video as well, just in case people are like, give me the super short. I don't even have time to watch this version. Yeah, leveled up twice. We picked up some vitality. Vitality. We picked up 2 points of vitality. We picked up 1 crescent moonstone. It might have been a second one, but I do not remember if we picked up a second one or not. And a small selection of consumables, and that was pretty much it. So today we're going to finish up our business, and then we're going to go right back to wiping face on the green monster. Now, where are we going to find this lovely thing? We're going to go back to the... I want to say the ravine. We want to be heading to the ravine, although you can get to it from a number of different directions. For those who don't know, hi, my name is Coinstamp, and we do live Let's Plays and challenge runs when we're not doing that. I do both. I have normally been a challenge runner as of the start of this year. Maybe around February-ish is when I expected to have started that journey of being a challenge runner for Elden Ring. But I have played variety content in the past. Let's Plays like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Final Fantasy 15, Fallout 3 on console, the various Soulsborne titles when I was doing Let's Plays of those, and even some other stuff like Doki Doki Literature Club or the Stanley Parable that someone got for me and or I purchased when it was on sale. It was great. Those were some fun times. But this year, I'm normally a challenge runner, and I play a little lovely game called Elden Ring. That's what I challenge run for. With Elden Ring, I don't challenge run the base game. You've got too many people doing that as is. Gino Muccino, Squillakilla, you just have so many people doing it. So why not spruce it up and do something different? And that something different is Elden Ring Reforged, a overhaul mod made by Team Reforged that showcases 23,000 different individual changes, some of which are just decluttering and restructuring of the terrain. Others are things like new spells or new bosses and stuff. If you want to know more, feel free to Google Elden Ring Reforged, and that'll bring up the search result required. You can also Google Elden Ring Reforged. Not Google, I just said that. You can also go to Nexus Mods, search for the Elden Ring game, and then type Elden Ring Reforged. You can also search for the wiki or the Discord via the same means on Google. That's how you'll get there. Great game, great mod, great group of people that are designing around it. I can't wait to see what they do with the DLC. But because it's not DLC compatible, well, you know, it's not DLC compatible. Like, it is DLC compatible technically, but you can't get to the DLC from Reforged. So because of that, are you walking this way? Because of that, I'm opting to wait until a true compatibility patch shows up. So in the meantime, we're taking a break with other Souls-likes. And if we get through this one, then I've got Steel Rising already lined up. And I've got Legend of Grimrock 2, like, pushed to the side. It's It's the other game I want to do, but I need to finish my pilot playthrough of it, which is really difficult. Because it's a puzzle game. Just as a quick showcase, we are going for an advanced build. Here are my stats. The advance is in 23, and then followed by capacity and vitality. Capacity is my highest stat by far, and that's just to wear really good defensive gear. We would be unable to do this if we did not do that. Let me check out our equip load. Good. Excuse me, in case anyone heard that. Drank soda today, so I do expect a bit of gas. Drinking some right now, actually. I don't even have to claim no SPO because the label was covered properly by the mic on the webcam. The advantages of a jank setup. Is that a... Yeah, there's a different one. That's right. I should have remembered this, if I'm being quite honest with you. I should have recognized the farming route and everything. Anyway... Down here... Well, I bumped into this in the grinding video, which I enjoyed making the thumbnail for, by the way. If you want to see this guy... We needed to have done... We needed to deal with this cryptic vessel first. We also needed to not kill the green monster yet. Which, now I'm thinking on it, I'm actually really glad that that happened.
Ah, this must be quite an urgent patient to seek out my humble abode. You are still breathing. I must treat you quickly. Grant cannot have any more live patients. Trust me, it's better this way. 'Tis far nobler to die as a human. No vital signs. You must be dead. I'll dispose of you properly.
As you can see, you got a real wisecracker around here.
In my judgment as a doctor, all should end while they're still humans.
Oh, thank you. I'll comment on that donation in just a second. As soon as I stop getting browbeat by this doctor here.
In my judgment as a doctor, all should end while they're still humans.
Oh, really, my fine... This is like the most realistic doctor attire ever. I just want to point that out. Except for maybe the green coat. Actually, now that I'm examining my own observation, no, this is not very realistic doctor attire. I don't know what I was thinking before.
End while they're still humans.
There we go. That should be the end of it.
Remember now. My Adelina.
Thank you very much for that donation, by the way. I really do appreciate it. That means a lot. I will look at the exact contents of the donation later, but I do appreciate it all the same. You have my word on that. And that's about as much as I'll say, considering that when you donated this, you may or may not have wanted to, you may or may not have wanted any additional attention called on you, so I'll just leave it at that. I am not number 890. Name, Precious, Forgotten. So we had a new mask, right? We sure did. The Owl Doctor's mask. We can equip this right now, and I think I'm going to. I'll explain who this chap is in just a second. Well, let's see if the mask has anything to say. The mask worn by the Owl Doctor. It is the mask of one who had a name up until his final moments, but was forgotten in the end. The alchemist's merciless experiments pushed him to his limits. In his pain, he denied reality and escaped into delusion. I probably would too if put under torture. I mean, I feel bad for you. No, seriously, I do. I feel bad for this guy. We came down here, talked to him. Thank you, Rasby. Also, it's good to see you. How are you doing? I hope you enjoy your stay. How's work? If you're sticking around for just a minute. If not, then no big deal. Okay. Been procrastinating on sleep and decided to make it more worth it. Gotcha. You should get some rest. You can't do any... I should say you can't do any work, because clearly here you are. But I'd like to think your best work comes from when you're, not an insomniac or not suffering from insomnia. You actually have nourishing sleep. But I'm not going to tell you what to do. Damn it. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I've never been one to tell people what to do, and I like to keep it that way. What are we going to do now? Well, sleep schedule is 2 to 3 a.m., so it's not so impactful if you stay up a bit more. Gotcha. Well, my fine friend, how's work, school, and life been going for you, if you don't mind my asking? Isn't that kind of like... Wait. Romania is like 9 hours ahead, isn't it? Work is all good? You learn how to set boundaries and stand up for yourself? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... 7 hours. Okay, I thought it was 9 for some reason. Ow. Man, lots of exhaustion, lots of conflicts and layers of stuff. Yeah, that sounds rough, but it's nice to hear that it's good, even with all that conflict. I wanted to make sure I muted the mic for that. Oh, at least this wasn't one of the shoulder-pulling sneezes. God, I hate that. Got physically injured? I'm sorry to hear that. A lot of trauma? Was it, I imagine you wouldn't have commented about trauma if it weren't major? What kind of injury was it? If you don't mind my asking. And just so people that are watching are keeping up with what I'm doing here, this was the other thing I bumped into in the grinding video. There was a passage we apparently didn't check out, possibly 2 passages, and I'm gonna go back and check those before we get back to wiping and smashing face on the green swamp monster. The puppet devourer, if you will. So, I took the sign of the two traps as being I didn't want to go here. Wow, that is huge font. I'm gonna read this and then adjust this in ghost chat real quick. By trauma, I meant past mental health, not the injury. Okay, okay. The injury is not that bad. Overused your knee and pulled a muscle. Okay. Made things very hard to 2 to 3 days. You have a severe exercise addiction? I've heard of that. Well, at least with physical addictions, specifically exercise, your body will let you know when it's too much. By pulled muscles, sprains, that kind of thing. I'm hoping that everything with past mental trauma is okay. I mean, obviously, of course not, because you just talked about it being trauma, but I'm hoping you've recovered from that. Dealing with trauma can't be easy. My sibling deals with it every single day. I'm lucky to have somewhat of a forgetful mind about my own traumas. I tend to just go to sleep and forget them sometimes. I don't know if that's necessarily better, but that's how I deal with mine sometimes. I'm just doing some quick adjustments for those trying to keep up with what's happening on screen. That is the wrong thing. Try changing this. No, I'm gonna hope. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's loading the mod launcher for Elden Ring. Okay, I'll know if my adjustments worked if a message shows up sooner or later. Now, there's a... Is that a bear? That's a bear. Okay, I'm gonna read this as well and then get to the fight real quick. Recovering from it every day, of course, but there's a lot of strange side effects. I never feel like you could say you're doing good or bad. Yep, that's the thing with mental health. You really don't know. There's always a long list of bad, a long list of good. In the present, which one moment can feel good, and then sometimes it can feel negative or real bad. Yeah, that's mental health for you. It's all about what is my mood right now. And like, you can learn to take notes or record in a journal to figure out what your baseline patterns are. My sibling does this and deconstructs it regularly with her therapist, and it's something I used to do too, is just record my mood, but I haven't done that for maybe a decade now, and I'm 32. Every statement of I feel good usually makes me feel bad and exhausted, but every statement of I feel bad and exhausted makes me feel good afterwards. You just learn to stop rating anything because of it. Yeah, I don't blame you. You want the consistency, not the roller coaster of emotions that come from dealing with personal expectations regarding your own mood, right? If you want to make significant change in your life, just observe yourself, what you're doing already. If you feel bad about something you're doing, don't change it, just make statements about how you feel. That's kind of the cognitive trap, huh? I mean, if you feel bad about something you're dang it. Nice. One second and I'll finish reading the rest of that. Oh, I missed the window, but that didn't really matter. Okay, let me finish reading this. Your brain is pretty good at survival and pretty good at adaptation. This is true. As long as you observe, a lot of your brain adjusts automatically. Yeah, that is true. The difference is recognizing, you know, what should you change versus what's okay to just let happen and then analyze your feelings later. It really is that easy, except it's not. There's nuance. Yes. That's the point I'm making. There's lots of nuance. You can feel like you're observing stuff when in reality you could just be making off-topic logical statements, but even doing that a bit can really help. Yeah, I totally get that. Aniv, I don't know what about this you thought was cute, but it is not in the slightest. For those who are not aware, Aniv is a AI chatbot. It has been trained in the Super Metroid speedrunning community channels, and it uses a Markov chain algorithm in order to determine its statements. Now, I'm not sure what the Markov algorithm is supposed to do, but what I do know is that a NIV can only be in 100 chats at any given time, simultaneously, of course, and whatever other people are saying feeds right into the algorithm. If lots of people are spamming emotes, a NIV will do it. If some people are, being trolls in chat, then a NIV is going to spill over and do that here, etc., etc. And honestly, a NIV does not know what it says. So as long as it's nothing particularly TOS breaking, I tend to give it a pass. It doesn't know, but I do purge obviously bad statements, or obviously deranged statements, and I have timed out a NIV twice for those things. A NIV is a bot. A NIV is a chat bot. Yes. A NIV is a chat bot. Let me make sure I don't spill this coffee here. It is a sanctioned bot. It is allowed to be here. This doubled your loneliness and gave it to the next person? In what way? Just the mere discovery of a chatbot? Or it's an engagement tool? Really, that's what a NIV pairs down to, is people reply to a NIV. It generates a little bit of conversation here or there. Some trends. Doubling and giving it to the next person. We checked out the first tunnel in the video. We're going to check out the second one. And once we're done checking out the second one, we will go white face with the green monster lot. I can't wait to showcase this monster again. There must be there must be something on the internet about this I haven't bothered to look into yet. I've been trying to broaden my horizons by watching people like Moist Critical, or some ordinary gamers at various points, just to keep up with internet drama, but that's drama, not memes or trends. Those are different things. I'll have to look into that after the stream ends. Okay, let's just move this way. That is me not paying attention. I just ran off the cliff and died. For those who don't know about the overlay, while I'm, running back to my corpse here, or not corpse, but spot where my death ergo is, in the bottom middle is a little gauge I've made detailing the lie system, or the results of the lie system, as referred to as your humanity score. And while the score itself, I'm not really sure what point assignment it gets, what I do know is that it operates in 4 stages, which you get depending on how many lies you tell. It's a twist on the Adventures of Pinocchio, where Pinocchio's nose got longer every time he told a lie, and generally bad things happened after he told a lie. Here, you need to tell lies to be more human, and your humanity score corresponds to the sort of ending you'll get, with one exception. If there's a specific choice, which if you make, will always result in the bad ending, so to speak. Okay, where's the second one? Either way, you want to give a second mental health tip before you go? Sure. Focus on the present and focus on the small things. A big improvement is really just a number of small or just small added improvements. If you want to fix a problem, take a small step in that direction and ignore big steps. Big steps are myths. The big step is enshrined by the smaller steps. I get what you're saying. Your only steps are small. Technically not true, but this oversimplification prevents ruminating. That certainly seems like that's what it's supposed to do. Doesn't work on me, but I could see its appeal. Since this was your tip before you went, I want to thank you again for the donation. I really do appreciate it. I'll make sure to put your name on the next panel. I don't have time to do that now, and it would take time for it to show up anyway, but I will make sure your name gets on the next panel. Go get some sleep, my friend. You've earned it. And I hope your life gets better and in a more stable, positive direction soon. Ciao. Alright, where were we? Right, we were trying to get that second passage. I'm not forcing you to, but... Yep, Knight, take care. Right, I went this way and I didn't need to. Yeah, and just to kind of dissect that statement a little bit further. The trick is... Yeah, I suppose... No, actually, I'm not even sure I really have a good post-message breakdown for that. I agree with the fabric of what was said there. I suppose the only thing is, sometimes you do take big steps. And it also works assuming that you oversimplify the big step and not anything else. Okay, we don't need to kill anyone here. We could just go find something else. Yep. Let's come over here and wait for the puppet ball. Oh, you can't make that. You can't make this. That's right. What was I thinking? You can't make this. Let's reclaim our ergo for the third time. And try not to mess things up this time. I suppose to kind of truncate the previous topic, mental health is a tricky subject. And what works, or what people might view as a good tip, what some would view as a good tip, other people would not find to be a good tip. So, take all mental health advice that does not come from a professional as, idiosyncratic. Think of it as idiosyncratic advice. Try it, and if it works, great. If not, no sweat. Now, if someone tells you to go steal, I suppose the implication there is... and I really shouldn't have to point it out, but I'm going to, is obviously if the advice is bad, don't take it. If someone tells you stealing is how they relieve all their mental anxieties, please don't steal. That's just asking to induce stress later. Even if the supposed advice would work on you, still don't do it. Why would you want to add advice or stress from secondary sources on top of what you might currently be feeling? Don't do it. think critically about the advice you're given. But I do think it's good advice. Take this man's subjective opinion for what you will. We wanted to check out the second passage, and that was going to be... Oh, right. It's still back up this way. It's just on the opposite end now. Oops. Oh, this is going off to a great start. Right through here is where the troublesome passage is. This was the thing we didn't pick up earlier. I'm gonna wait for the next ball to pass. Same deal, we wait for the next one. Now this tunnel here does not actually have anything in it. This is just another pit to nowhere. Nice. All right, here we kind of wait again. What I can't tell, it looks like it's just dropping through the ceiling with nothing else to add to it. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Sure, I feel like fighting Yogi Bear again. Yep, come on, Yogi. Come this way. All right then. Oi. Yuck. Let's go. Actually, we don't even need to worry about our ergo here. Like, again, the nice thing about this game is that you could just keep using, you can just keep your ergo. You only lose it during exploration, which I think is a really nice touch. Most Souls-likes kind of borrow the bloodstain or death marker mechanic, where they actually just straight up put it all on that spot, and if you fail to get it, it's gone. So not having to deal with that is an excellent touch. So we're back here at the puppet graveyard. What I would like to do before we continue is go grab some gold coin fruit. We're going to hold on to this. And the reason I think we're going to be needing it is, do you remember the black cat and the red fox? I think they're going to show up one more time. They did say they had something they had to do for the alchemists and didn't elaborate further. I really get the feeling that we're going to meet them one more time. And just like the Atoned, I feel like if we didn't have the correct... emote, correct gesture to use, we wouldn't have been able to identify ourselves as a stalker, and therefore we would have likely had to fight the Atoned. I think we're going to have to fight them if we don't pony up some gold coin fruit. But that's just my personal opinion. Now, do we have... We do have wish stone, so we can put that back on the hot bar, which is good. We got 8 of these lovely things, and I'm gonna buy one more wish stone for the road.
Stalker, please.
Alright, let's sell our belongings.
For serving welcome.
Ah, good, we can get one more level. Just one more level before continuing. Which we're gonna do right now.
Whatever choice you make.
I think we're gonna put advance in this one. Just increase our DPS a little tiny bit more, because we were kind of close on some of these attempts. I feel like we could have gotten it if we had continued. So let's go to the bridge and see if we can't crack this out in 10 minutes. I doubt it. Toward the end, I would say within 30 minutes of the stream time being over, I will probably crack down and use a Spectre for that fight. From what I understand, a lot of people still use a Spectre on that fight, just because of how harsh it is, and I feel a lot better that I don't have to, that I'm not alone in that. But let's hope that's not necessary, huh? Alright, boys, girls, and non-binaries, are we ready? Let's do this. I used a wish stone for no reason. I should have just not bothered. It's gonna take us some time to get used to this, and we're probably not cracking it in the next 10 minutes. I should have just not said that. Reality has a big way of punishing me for that. Because I'm not accounting for my own reflexes when I make those statements. Really is what I'm driving at, more than anything else. What? I must have let go at... I am probably dead here. Damn, annoying, very annoying. But also, I don't have the correct. I don't have the correct gear on, which of course would make a lot of sense. Also, we didn't read our new equipment find either. So let's do that while we're here. It's under defense parts, I think. Let's see. Ironworks Company. Yes. So we go back to the equipment. There wasn't really anything to read there. This brings our weight down, but our physical damage reduction. Okay, so Lotta is like the best in show equipment. Pretty much is what I'm understanding. All right, so here we want amulet. Nope. Very slightly heavy. What is... I wish I would get some kind of a going rate on what slightly heavy means. Does that refer to the stamina regen or what? We're gonna do one more attempt. I'm not really caring if I go over at the moment. Normally we take breaks at about the 1 hour mark. Plus or minus 5 minutes. We'll have to see. And I normally run ads during that, but I'll save that little exposition. Okay, I think I just can't be attacking it. So, we'll just take the break now. It's fine. So, at the 3 hour and 30 minute mark into the stream, I will crack out the Spectre. I'm gonna go ahead and already just preemptively have my mind set on needing to crack the Spectre, realize my limits, and not try to push past them too hard. I want to showcase the game, not get stuck here. No matter how good that pinnacle of skill or demonstration might be, it's not worth the drop in heuristics. Now, since I've already done that little bit of a spiel during the intro section of the boss fight, all I'll say is, again, there are usually ads during the 5-minute break, 90 seconds worth of them. Which, if an ad, I can't control if an ad is 30 seconds or 45 seconds or more than that. All I can control is the length of time in which I showcase an ad. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me on stream. Thank you again to Rasby for the donation. I really do appreciate that. And I hope you are getting deep, restful sleep and you aren't lying awake in bed and restless. Insomnia is horrible. Imagine being deprived of your ability to think straight when you don't have good sleep. But, yeah. I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I got caught up doing a bunch of administrative things, and I am really sorry about that. Let's see. Yes, 7 minutes. It's the first message. For Honor 011, if you're still here, yes, this is a first-time playthrough. I unfortunately do have some looking up that I tend to do in advance, mainly for getting thumbnails. I'm like, what's the thumbnail of this for? I'm not just extracting pictures without a purpose. I want to know what it is I'm making the thumbnails about for YouTube. And I do learn some advanced notice of some things about this game, including the ending, the lie system, all that fun stuff. So I don't know all the answers, but I have a good idea of what to look out for when I'm playing the game. Now, that said, if you are still here, I hope you're doing well and that you enjoy your stay, but good chance that you probably have left during the intermission, and I can't blame people. It's what happens when you're not always streaming. When you take regular breaks, you miss people sometimes. Okay, real quick while we're here, just gonna throw out the link to the Discord. I really recommend that you guys use it or like get on it if you hadn't, if you want to stick around and keep up with my content schedule. Also, I highly recommend, if you haven't done so already, to consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. And for those of you on YouTube, I really recommend joining the Discord. I would really recommend that. Again, just as a way to gap close on a lot of the benefits you could be getting compared to when you're on Twitch. Like, I'm not a YouTube partner. I don't have any ability to do the same sort of things on YouTube that I can on Twitch. So I kind of have to find ways to make the YouTube crowd, or to have the YouTube crowd, receive what they're supposed to be getting. Because I try to have platform parity, where the same stuff you get on Twitch is the same stuff you get on YouTube. It's the same stuff you would get on Patreon or Coffee or not Kick, Trovo when I get to it. But the reality of that is there isn't going to be 100% parity. The emotes are like a Twitch special. Bits are a Twitch special. Now, you can super chat on YouTube and use stickers, but that's not the same thing. They're similar, but they're not the same, if that makes any sense. Now, I've shilled enough. For those of you on Twitch, you do get 5 emotes just for following. So that may be yet another reason you want to consider doing that. Even if only for the emotes. I have some good ones in the freebie tier. Please enjoy them. Those don't change unless I change them or get it commissioned to have some made. Why don't we go back and make some more attempts at this? This boss is hard. It's the hardest one I fought so far. Excuse me. Ugh. Absolutely vile how hard I've fought for this so far. We're gonna figure out how much being slightly heavy actually hurts me here. This guy is just... He hits so hard. And you really... I really want to be saving Fable for the times where I just can't deal with what's going on. Now let me take a look at what this actually does again. Temporarily withstand the enemy's attack. That doesn't really mean anything. I can't tell if it's like you get like super guard during the like first 1 to 2 hits, and then you know your regular guards have extra guard recovery, or if something else is happening. Nice. I don't know how I'm missing the timing on that. So close. I'm gonna see if that was an important Discord message. Give me just a minute. I'm checking it on my phone so I don't have to, like switch screens. It could be something sensitive or private. Nope, that is the wrong app. Steven, wrong app. Oh, wrong app. It's this one. Nothing important, which is what I thought it was the first time, but oh well. If it is something truly important, I hope that it isn't urgent. Alright, we are out of wish cubes. Just gonna have to do our best on this. So close. I do really feel like the actual Fable art helps a lot. A lot more than you would think. Nope. Just gonna go back here. Wait. No, that's not good enough. That had to actively be dodged. And if you get hit by one claw, you are guaranteed almost to be hit by a second one. The stagger damage is actually insane. Like, how much you have to do to get it right is bordering on ridiculous. But I know I can do it. I know I can do this. I just have to be better at the game. Like, period, straight up. And honestly, if it weren't for the fact that we're doing this on camera, I would quite literally be content to just... I would be very content to just do this over and over again until I got it without the Spectre. Nope, that's too early. Damn it. It was doing so good. I felt more in tune with that particular attempt than any other. My God. I really just do feel like I can't do enough DPS to, like, justify using this weapon. It feels like I should be using something faster. But if I do that, I get greedy. So, like, what's the point? ridiculous. This is the boss where I feel like I've come so close only to lose to a random maladjustment. Also make sure my whisper pane is open in case someone actually talks to me that's legitimate and isn't a scammer. I've heard the scam bots have taken to whispers now, so not even those are safe. Really? Yep, I thought I did well to read that. Good. Yes! I have found a new recipe. Sorry, I had to quote Ignis there.
Hero weapon is in my hands.
I'm sorry, what? So you were calculating on me doing this, but just in case we have to hand over the golden ergo for whatever reason. Unusual ergo acquired after defeating the green monster of the swamp. This is the material that Vanini said he needed to find a way to get to the Isle of Alchemists. The golden ergo is famous for its high value due to its high power. I didn't have to humiliate myself with a specter. Hooray! And now we switch back to the acid spear.
I knew you'd do it. I had a feeling you'd be the perfect bait. I got what I wanted thanks to you. The last hero weapon is finally in my hands. I knew where it was, but I didn't dare lay my hands on it. The swamp is too dangerous. Someday soon, you'll see. You have my thanks. And you've earned a nickname. Alidoro's best bait. See you at the hotel.
I don't like that. And we've got the puppet devouring green hunter's ergo. No one knows where the green monster of the swamp came from. Some think he was produced from Krot's wrath.
Thank you for your hard work. Alidoro's best bait. Let's go back to the hotel and celebrate the spoils of the hunt. Thank you for your hard... Let's go back to the...
I don't like the fact you called me bait. Also, based on the char that we're seeing here, this has to be where the puppet balls were coming from. Which means the swamp monster itself was responsible? Not even just like anything else, the swamp monster itself was flinging these giant balls. Technically, we were invading its nest, so I don't mind that. I'm gonna keep this thing, even if I much prefer it on a one-handed like thing as opposed to two-handed. I could put it on the I could put this on the spear handle. Okay, let's not die to random mobs, please. Let's put this back on the... And we can probably put this back on the advanced thing. There. They can do some extra damage now. Wow, what a treasure trove. I didn't think it was hoarding all these puppets. Like, you came to ruin my fun, huh? Goodbye. Okay, is this it to the hovel, or do we have more? We have more, don't we? I think we have some business. Let's go back to the most recent Stargazer and go check out our friend, the rookie treasure hunter. I'm actually really happy at that kill. I was so resolute. I was so willing to accept. I was so willing to accept, just accepting. I already said that twice. I was so resolute in feeling like I needed the Spectre. Like I had reached my limit. I wasn't really that good at dealing with everything the boss threw at me, but suddenly, or perhaps not suddenly, but over the course of a few attempts, I really got the muscle memory back, and even the attacks that I had difficulty blocking became easier to block.
Life is short. All I can do is keep... You never heard of Alidoro? He's a treasure hunter and one of the best. And unlike a lot of the riffraff in Krot, he's not a thief. He's a pro who excavates antiquities and professionalism is important when you're talking about Ergo. That's why I know there are...
Okay, so we already dealt with this. Alright, so... we actually should probably go back to the hotel. There's also the matter of the gold coin fruits. We want to have quite a few for what'll be coming up ahead, I think. Oh, thank God. Hello.
By the way, do you remember when I mentioned my partner? I got a distress signal from him. His last location was Krot Central Station, but my gear won't protect me from the petrification disease there. Can you find him for me? I'll make
Sure.
it worth your while. Thanks. My partner's name is Atkinson. I think he was trying to secure an escape route. Look for him around Krot Central Station. I think he was trying to secure an...
Okay, and that's all you're gonna say. That's fine.
At the House of Vani.
Do you have anything to add?
No. Can it be? It can. Are you hurt anywhere? Ha! You never fail to surprise me, compagno. Now, allow me to return the surprise. This little wonder creates a lead-acid battery in a flash. The golden ergo is the purest form of power we can use, and it's nearly perfect. We could power a city block with this. You see, the alchemists ordered transportation from me, powered by this. I'm not sure, but maybe it's still in their underground base. Just one problem with the base. I don't know exactly where it is. I don't know when exactly either. I had to just hand it over immediately after the launching ceremony. After all, I am the prince of the Krat social scene and I surrendered to their mysticism. There, it's done. Now take it. A secret alchemist's underground lair. That sounds like something Antonia might well have heard of. You'd better ask her about it.
Golden lead acid battery. Oh, we gotta read this. I'm sure its description is intriguing. Lead acid battery made of golden ergo by Vanini. This is the material that Vanini said he needed to find a way to get to the Isle of Alchemists. Special ergo power enabled Vanini to move the giant submarine. It is manufactured to produce a higher power output through electric stimulation to ergo. Is this this feels like an eddy currents episode, honestly.
I always welcome.
Oh, yeah, so for those who don't know, I got acquainted with a man named Casey, and at the time that I got acquainted with him, I was a part of a test trial group for Star Trek Adventures. It was a tabletop role-playing game. It used the success system. You had like multiple eras to choose from. You had multiple races you could be depending on the era. It was fun. One of the very first scenarios that we had to deal with was some sort of electromagnetic interference with ships' comm arrays and sensor arrays based on eddy currents in space, electromagnetic currents in space that move a specific way. If I remember what that means, that specific term, eddy currents. And that took us the latter part of 2 to 3 weeks to really kind of resolve through. So and we found that those currents had a lot to do with electricity. I looked it up afterwards. And it had suffused the very space-time in the local area itself, and it almost seemed alive. So that's kind of what that reminded me of. The campaign itself was fun, although I wish the man had done any amount of prep work instead of relying on improv. Like, both my sibling and I, we both DM. We run our fair share of improv too, and my sibling is very good at it, whereas I am not. I flounder. I lose. I am lost when I don't know what I'm doing. The best campaigns are the ones that have unexpected consequences but are otherwise planned, at least from my experience. If I ever DM a different group in my lifetime, maybe that'll change. But I don't expect that to be the case. Like, ever. I like my friend group, and unless my friend group just breaks apart, goes all our own separate ways or something, leaving just myself and my sibling, I really don't see that happening. But generally, when you're playing a tabletop, you want to plan for where your party is going. You don't want to control it to the nth degree, but you do want to elect to agree to certain things. So, for example, in mine, where it's all about it's in Pathfinder first edition, where Rovagug is quite literally coming out from the seams of Galarian, and everything seems to be breaking down, including the non-interference pact the gods had made. So the gods are more directly involved than ever before. It's up to our mortal band of adventurers to figure out how to navigate all that. Starting from humble beginnings and concluding all the way at Rovagug's demise, itself. It's like it's my magnum opus for a campaign. It's something I expect to conduct until I die, or until we break up. One of those two things comes first.
I found the last treasure thanks to you. The saber. A precious artifact from overseas. It'll always remind me of the rascal who stole it, then fell into the nest. I tried to save him, but I failed. Let the punishment fit the crime, I say. And in a twist of fate, you must become the weapon's true owner. A great weapon calls for a...
Two-Dragon Sword. Interesting. I don't know if I want this, but I'm gonna at least read. A precious sword that was at the Grand Exhibition Gallery. They say it was the saber of a commander from a quiet eastern land. The sea remembers the vow of the warrior. The general who rose up with a dragon to protect the people claimed a lonely victory in dozens of wars. Remember, this is set in Europe. So across the sea could mean anything. Could mean Africa, could mean Asia, could be something restricted to, well, something not tied to any of those places at all. Feeling something stuck between my teeth. It's why I'm making this weird mouth motion over and over. Let's read the abilities here. Link emergency dodge. Dodge forward quickly. Uses an extra fable slot to perform up to 2 attacks. Oh, I can see this being very good. Wind of Swords. Blow a wind of swords forward. Deals AoE damage to enemies in front of you. Yeah, this seems like a snap pickup if you're technique build, excuse me. And then we have this thing. The Ghost Walk Amulet. Fury attack dodge available. What? The sentries feared the ghostly movements of the green monster of the swamp. One of the sentries miraculously managed to put the monster's information in an amulet, but also disappeared. I'm not going to take this sword, I'm going to take this bloody amulet. Because when we're dodging fury attacks, it's because we're not really dodging. It's because we're moving out of the way. Now, if I don't think I can dodge something, I won't. Or now, if I don't think I could block it, I'll dodge instead. We do get iframes. We get exactly... Oh, and here's a fun fact. Did you know that perfect parrying or perfect blocking, you have exactly 7 frames to react to the window? That shit's hard. About the wanted poster, tell me about this.
What's this? A poster singing my praises? Oh dear, your practical jokes go too far. Oh, a wanted poster? Let me explain. There is an unscrupulous reporter called Medoro, and he's the epitome of yellow journalism, and he only writes favorable articles if you bribe him. One time, I didn't give him a certain antique he wanted, and he slandered me, just like this. What has this world come to? Even noble explorers searching for true history get lambasted for all to see. Perhaps I should be pleased that this scrap of paper is powerless, as there's no authority to pay the reward. You can keep it as a souvenir.
We had it in our possession, so we're good.
Great weapon called...
All right, Miss Antonia.
Come here, child. This is my first chance to get a proper look at you. It's a shame my illness kept me from seeing such a handsome gentleman. Oh, to be young again. You are responsible for this miracle. You have no idea how much it means to me. I have to stay seated as I feel a little lightheaded, but I feel the vigor I thought I'd lost forever. Thank you. If Krat ever holds a proper ball again, I hope you'll ask me for a dance.
We just play the piano just like that? You're welcome, Antonia. You've earned it. You didn't deserve the petrification disease. You've earned this joy.
I heard what happened at the exhibition. How frightful. It's no wonder you're trying to track down the alchemists. I'll tell you one thing. Many secrets are buried in the city of Krat. The same goes for this hotel. Beneath us, there is a passage connected to an underground base of the alchemists. It's where Ergo's vein was first discovered, long ago. Until the petrification disease, the hotel worked hand in hand with the alchemists. But I didn't know they'd be so corrupt. Everything changed when Simon became their leader. Oh, I thought the survivors of the exhibition would be different. But they're just as corrupt. The passageways to the underground base are locked from their side. We can't get through unless they open them. And the underground base is the only way to embark for the Isle of Alchemist. If we find the right alchemist, perhaps we can get that door opened. I heard that some of them occupy the collapsed tower of the train station. And the collapse makes me wonder whether they had something to do with the recent earthquake. Look into it, won't you?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
People have... Thanks for keeping...
We'll look into this for Antonia's sake. Now, we should talk to... Hello, Miss
I
Eugenie.
know my way around a weapon.
Nope. We're good here. It'll be nice getting progression again.
Whatever choice you make.
And then finally we never got any quartz either, I don't think. Got this lovely amulet. It's the most heavy amulet in the world, and I can understand why it is so heavy. Because this, instead of embracing the perfect guard system, you run away from it. And then we have greet, was it? Was that the other one? Greet. Perform the greet gesture. Krot society is famous for its sophisticated customs. Naturally, this is reflected in courteous puppets as well. Ooh, we gotta try that on our good friend, Vanini. Lorenzini Vanini. I don't know. Nope, that is taunting. That is the opposite of respect.
You made the right choice. Lady Antonia is completely cured. She is so happy. I don't even know how to thank you. I know now what a glorious feeling it is to wish for the happiness of someone you care for. Perhaps it's presumptuous for a puppet to call that feeling love. I am happy enough just to protect her as best I can. Thank you for saving her, and for guiding me through this emotion.
You're welcome, my friend.
No matter what, for serving welcome.
I am at your service. I was gonna try this on Vanini. We still can. I'm just gonna do. Okay, my head's a little too low to his waist. I should not have walked all the way up to him. Oops. Yuck. Gross. Never again. I'll have to try to get that distancing right in the future. No. That was not intentional in the slightest. I promise. Alright, Mr. Joseph.
You don't remember much. Ask me about it. Who knew such a huge monster lurked in the barren swamp? Perhaps the Grand Exhibition's wastewater twisted the monster somehow. I shudder to think of it. A concoction of all the swamp's creatures. It's another sign of how Krat is tearing itself apart. Who knows the science behind it? I'm just glad my precious son made it back in one piece.
You're welcome. Look at that nose. Look at how long that nose is. Wow, that's gotta be what? A 7-inch nose right about now? No, maybe like 8 or 9 even. You could like grab up and do pull-ups on this thing. Dear old friend Pinocchio here can do nose-ups with it. Absolutely bloody amazing. Now, we're gonna level up, and of course, I intend to put this point in capacity.
Whatever choice you...
Actually, do I? I get another 4. I get 4 points. Sure. Now, let's see. Can we wear... We can. But not this. This is too much. But we can wear much more powerful medallions now. In fact, we can even go so far as to switch up. Not 2 of these. Yeah, this is too much. I was just curious. And now we can actually wear like the arm of God. We can use our spear much more effectively now. Just really good. Great for trash. Well, we've gone a little bit over time, but that is perfectly fine, because I feel happy with the progress we've made. When we come back, we'll go and... Actually, before we do that, because I don't want our time spent in vain, the last thing we're going to do is probably talk to Gyanjo, just to see if he says anything different. I doubt it, but you never know. Pick up these gold coin fruits before they go to waste. And then we'll take our break. What's another minute
Stalker,
more?
Please.
Okay, you have nothing to say, which is perfectly fine. All right, let's actually take a break now. That's exactly what we're going to do. When we come back, I have some major shilling to do. As per usual, that is not at all what I wanted to happen. Sorry, that's my left hand doing weird things in OBS. Just kind of like checking out a few things. So, you guys know the drill. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ads on the clock. Thank you guys so very much for hanging out with me. And I'm sincerely glad I could be part of this. I could be part of showing you guys this wonderful game. Lies of P has been fantastic. There are things I can complain about. It's not perfect, but it's so... There's so many more good things about Lies of P than there could ever possibly be bad things. Even if I took the reviews on the end of the game at 100% face value, there are still way more good things than bad things about Lies of P, and I really want to showcase those. Well, thank you guys, and I will see you guys after the end of this commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Unfortunately, I had to answer nature's call during the break. I really am sorry about that. So as a result, I'm going to wait and do that shilling later. And I'm also going to take that break at an hour from now instead of at roughly 3 hours in, just to keep the pacing kind of consistent. I truly am sorry about all that. I wasn't expecting nature to call me for that incredibly long of a time period. So I went and looked something up, and the reason I went and looked something up is because it felt funny going to the opera house and not having something happen there. So we missed an NPC. We missed a huge NPC. This could be the difference between being human enough for the end of the game and not being human enough for the end of the game, and mandatorily having to play through it again to showcase the ending the right way. But let's see. For the NPC I'm talking about, give me just 1 second. But I do want to thank everybody regardless for putting up or bearing with me, if you're still around, that is. I truly do appreciate it. Now, what I'm looking for is a set of trash cans. I know that sounds funny. Ha ha, I'm looking for garbage. But the reason I'm looking for garbage cans is because that gives us an idea of the room I'm trying to find. Okay, so it may not be in here either. In fact, it might be that window right there. Notice how it's dark? We may not even be able to get into the room to talk to this NPC. Because I know there's one there. That's what we missed. I'll pull up the directions if I can't locate her. For real. The thing is there's supposed to be an audio cue. And we missed that. I missed that audio cue somehow. What is going on? I'm getting a lot of messages and I don't really know why. I might need to resolve those. I do know that the place I'm talking about is near a singing spider. But and the singing spiders are like off in the side corridors. So I'm gonna have a tough time telling if it was on the left or right. Okay, these are not garbage cans or like trash cans. When I looked up the description or route to get there, they said it was trash cans. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here. It's not this door, is it? Okay. Give me just a second. I am going to have to turn to my face for a minute. Sorry, boys and girls. I just gotta set the I could have swore I set the notifications correctly, but... Okay. That should hopefully have fixed that. Nope. Hang on. I know what's going on. It wasn't notification. It's the notifications directly on the internet. Oof. That means the internet's been up the entire time while I'm streaming. Goodness knows that that was not a particularly sustainable bit rate for you guys. Is that durability? Did that durability just go down on its own? I hope not. You just shift around like this. Okay. So we had this. I was told it was gonna be on the top floor. Sorry, I believe I caught that sneeze well enough. Now, hello. Yep. Nice. I forgot what I was gonna say. Between the sneeze and walking into this room full of puppets. I just plumb forgot. I forgore. I don't know. Whatever the common way of saying things is these days. Now, I will pull up instructions if I can't figure it out from just remembering what I read. Not this. It's kind of like one of those, you're not sure why she's here, why the NPC is where she is. And I could have swore we walked around. Yep, this was the wraparound up, down on the bottom. That is some pretty sincere disruption. It's nice to be able to one-shot these and not spend too long dealing with the singing spiders. The singing spider ladies are just by far the worst thing since sliced bread, really. And sliced bread wasn't that great of an invention, if you ask me. Where's the garbies? Where be the garbage cans? I was told a specific location, and I would like for that to be the truth. Nope. I'll still stand by the Estelle Opera House being one of the best. I'm just a fan of opulent architecture and this sort of style of house. Goodbye. I've always been a fan of places like these, so I'd love to live here. Not by myself, of course. This big, spacious place is way too big for a single man such as myself, but maybe perhaps a gaggle of ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what's that house that in Fallout 3 that reminds me of? It's kind of like the guys in there never stop partying, and there's like a what do we call it? Like a harem type situation in there. I forget the name, but it was like, was his name Frank? He had like a whole harem going on, just 2 ladies and himself, and you could pay either of them to sleep with you, or maybe I'm misremembering. No, you don't really sleep with Nova. She's more of the buy a room for me person. Aha! I knew there was a spot. I guess we didn't explore this as thoroughly as I thought I did, because we should have seen this. Red Actress's Locket. Yup. Oof. Guess we'll be playing this game again. A small locket that was given as a commemorative token. It holds a portrait of a pale girl stabbed repeatedly by a knife. The sisters exchanged lockets as a sign of their friendship. The elder sister was pleased to always stand on the of our dreams together. Your loving sister. So we don't even get to know who she is because we messed up. That means we're making 2 playthroughs, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe I messed that one up so badly. It also explains the disruption cartridge. I didn't even think about it. I had every opportunity. I'm kicking myself right now. And it also makes a certain item. I'll just tell you guys what it is. This apple. This red apple. We were supposed to give it to her. This lovely lady. Her name was Adeline. Or not Adeline, Adelina. This is that actress. We were supposed to find her. And she died. And we were supposed to have gotten, I want to say it was I think we had an opportunity at a record for it. But I'm going to refrain from spoiling more since we're going to play through the game again. Just oof. That's it. But we got a locket, so it wasn't all bad, right? Nah, I'm fairly sure that could have been way better. I messed up. And you know what? Like, just going through, I think I was just so ready to deal with Romeo, I totally forgot. Could we have even come through this way? Probably not, right? So this was the set of bar iron doors. No, because this would have led us back up to where Romeo was. Nope. So much for 100% playthrough. We couldn't get it our first time. But that's the risk you take when you're playing for your first time, right? Is that you're not going to get everything. So I'm hoping people don't crucify me for not having looked this up in advance. Because at the time, I thought I was doing really bloody good with exploring stuff. I really thought so. I didn't even think about the fact if I had maybe turned around and like looked or something, I'm sure, and it even makes sense that there would be something beyond this. I just didn't think. I'm very sad about this. I'll be sulking over that for the next 24 hours. Well, we got what we were looking for. I wanted to showcase that before moving onward. So let's, I'm gonna go back to the bridge. Because now apparently we need to speak to a certain, rookie treasure hunter. I think that's I think that's his portrait. This is you, right?
Life is short, and all I can do is...
Who's Medoro, my fine friend?
You actually met Alidoro and asked him about the wanted poster. That's odd. Alidoro and Medoro are friends. When I was hurt, he took me to Medoro, who was one of the first on the scene. Medoro is quite the medic. He saved me when the workshop tower fell. There's gotta be a logical explanation. The Alidoro I admire would never talk about a friend like that. But who knows, maybe that wanted poster is real. You keep an eye on him if you see him again. In times like these, when truth and lies are blurred, the only thing to believe is your gut instinct about a person. I trust Alidoro. He wants to save people and seek out the truth. Anyhow, you gave me the first lead on Alidoro I've had in months. Take this in return. Consider it a gift suitable for times like these.
I'm not sure I trust him, friend, but...
Life is short, and all I can do...
So, we could go to the, There's something that had to be powered by Golden Ergo back over at the Grand Exhibition. And I think we could go back there now and try to power it. But before we do that, what we're actually going to do is go check out what's back here. And hopefully not miss another event. Yeah, Miss, Adelina's really gonna bother me for some time. Because I should have seen it. I should have seen it. Should not have made that mistake. And it feels like I could have, if I had just taken a little more time, I could have easily found that. on my own without any effort. No need to look up anything. Could have kept myself despoiled, but oh well. Okay, I want to say that buff. Yeah, there's an icon. You guys might have noticed it. It's due to this amulet right here. The Arm of God has a little tracker on it, which is really nice. Ah, we got a fourth one, but I think we need 6 to upgrade this. If I'm remembering correctly, we need 6 to upgrade. Or I'm gonna hope that's not the case. All right, show me what's behind door number 3. It's gonna take us to the station, though. Wait, we just passed over the Venini work, or passed under the Venini works. That's what I wanted to say. At least I think that's what's happening. Yeah, we're passing right under Krot itself. Which makes a lot of sense now that I think on it. And we don't have any more ampules, so we'll have to like wait. We'll have to like find safe places of harbor and wait a minute. Right? Yeah, we don't have any other ampules. We could put on a resistance ampule, just to kind of like give us a little extra time. But we still don't want to stay in this muck for an incredibly long period of time. We have made it to the Krot Central Station. Train ticket to St. Marion. I'll read that in like 1 second. $21.23 train ticket to St. Marion. The text is hard to read because of the bloodstains, so someone had a letter and they died. Yuck. Yet another casualty of Krot, I'm sure. You got it, Sophia. You got it. Oh, we can't go back there now. Okay. Interesting. Well, I guess if you didn't want to miss anything in Area 1, you needed to do it before Area 8 or after, right before you crossed into Area 9. Good to know. Good God, man. Feels like a Cell from Dragon Ball Z moment right there. Okay, so we have top and bottom here. Ooh, there's so many paths to go. I don't like that. Ah, we could just go down there. Okay, you got it, game. Figured out what you're putting down. But before that... Nice. Gonna just put something to cut through that for a minute. You sure are keeping your distance. Damn, dude. I just really have to be on my guard right now. Because getting spattered by any amount of decay is lethal. Just have to kind of wait right now. Come on, hurry up. I'm dead. Guaranteed. I think this half of the game is going to have us dealing a lot more with decay than normal. So we need to make sure we're wearing the best in terms of that resistance, if at all possible. They probably also want to be paying attention to the fact that there's a lot of thermite dropping, so we need to just bloody use it. Okay, we're going to equip the thermite here. We have a lot of thermite to work with, actually. We're also going to put on the flame canisters, because I get the feeling we're going to need those. I think we've passed the puppet part of the game, for the most part. I'm just gonna stay back here and just not deal with that. Especially because we don't have any, like, purification ampules to waste. Now, what were you guys guarding? Quartz! That's awesome. I do love me a spot of quartz. I was about to say corpse. A spot of corpse. That's maybe what Beetlejuice might say. That's not something I should be saying. I guess. Sit down at the bar with a bunch of wights, ghouls, and goblins and say... Not goblins. For Nephiblins? Jurgar? Some creature of the underworld that might appreciate a bit of corpse juice. Give me the finest glass of your most corpulent corpse juice. Sorry, I was being dramatic. Just a little bit. We just have so many ways to go, it's not even funny. Come on. I'm sorry. That's a puppet? Yeah, that's a hybrid creature. It's like the Reaper infection, not Reaper infection. No, it actually would be. The Mass Effect. In Mass Effect 3, you deal with corrupted versions of some of the galactic races. One of the ones that comes to mind is the Banshee, which is what happens when the Asari become corrupted, and they become just freaks of super psionic nature. We have a way to go down here. Ah, so the security guard puppets are really corrupted versions of themselves now. Ugh, it's like everything is a green puppet devouring green monster inside. Just absolutely vile. Anything in here? No, I didn't think so. We already went through here, right? Yeah, because, look, at the time, there weren't as many cable cars here, or if there were, we couldn't really access them. Now there are far fewer cable cars. This is one of those doors we spotted earlier. Any other... Oh, yeah, there are tons of puddles around here. Damn, dude. I guess I just need to use these as traps and kind of bait them into it. Yep. Did we pick up any of these ampules? No, of course not. Ugh. Decay everywhere. Disgust without temptation. I don't know. Not sure what that segment was supposed to be. Ugh. I would actually mentally freak out over stuff like this. Alright, now this was the train car or train that we came on. A very limited time before... Oh, dude. Gross. Yep. Gotta get the pustule behind this. Ugh, disgusting. There's that Raphael, like, voice line. Ugh, disgusting. That's kind of what I need, is to be able to click that. I am still working on the Lies of P soundboard. That has not changed. Although yesterday I did not work on it whatsoever. I was very tired. Shit. No! No, thank you. Nope, that's all right. We can do battle later, good sir. We'll actually probably want these on our hot bar so that we can put one down if we need to. Oh, that was not the kind of shortcut I thought this was. That was a different shortcut. Yeah, this is it. This is the passageway right here. We probably can get away with... I would really like to be able to grind for some ergo right about now. Nice. Just gonna come over there. Those pods give a new meaning to water breaking, literally. I would think that would be a particularly violent way of having your water break, though. Ugh, I don't even think about that. I should have kept my mouth shut. Nope. We are not doing that. Oh, yeah, I should be killing these for half moonstones. Yum. Wow, super vile things. And a 2-for-1? Oh, what an exchange! We're not in a particularly good position to be taking breaks right now, so I am going to refrain from taking one. And besides, we have an extra 15 minutes, so maybe we'll be in a better position then. As I said before, my intention is definitely to take a break, try to pace out the breaks accordingly. Nice. These guys are just, they're so resource intensive. They really are. You don't have to go over there. It's over here we need to be now. Just gotta mind. Nice. It's like, stop that. Don't do that. Also, the thick plating means that that's not a very good weapon to use on that, and it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. Nothing to do but keep going, I guess, and maybe have Gemini's emergency protection at the ready. Couple of carcasses creeping in the station. Who are you gonna call? Pinocchio. That's it. That's all I know. And then we transition to some weird segment where, you know, Pinocchio was doing a weird dance that he should never be able to have access to. And then, after a while, Geppetto joins in, and just the whole lot. The whole gang is here. The everyone is here meme. And followed by, what is it, Super Smash Bros. Brawl music. I guess you just gotta go in there and be really freaking aggressive, and then, you know, nope. You get in there, you're uber aggressive, you're fine. If you don't get in there and you're not aggressive, I guess bad stuff happens to us. We omega die, I don't know. Gonna get nice. Oh, that's like watching Fallout 3, or is it Fallout 3? No, it's Fallout New Vegas that started that. A general adventuring perk where if you take it, everything has like a 5% chance to explode into gore. Just like jibs. Like jibs? Like, trying to think of what the right word for that is. Oh, I'm trying to hark back to a top 10 that I used to watch about creepy things that happen in games, and I just cannot lock down that pronunciation. Sorry. All right, big boy, you and me, let's go. Okay. Okay, so it has a lurch attack as well. Do we know anything about Valentinus? I'm not sure we were ever told any information about Valentinus. What do we know? I think the thing we would have seen is like the Monad charity house. Maybe we'll find out more about Valentinus as time passes. You know, at least we're collecting a nice little pile of ergo. And to think, it used to be, it was like a fancy bridge word. Gotta be careful, because those guys are coming in behind us. You know, we don't even have to go down here. I don't know why I thought I did. We don't. We have to fight this guy. Like, period. Although maybe we don't even have to do that. I sure hope we don't have to fight the big guy. Yeah, we don't have to fight him. We can skip. We just have to be careful. Okay. Done. Easy skip. Murderer Puppet's Amulet. Murderer Puppet's Amulet. What kind of lore does this have? Increases damage inflicted on humans. See, this was the core component we were missing. Oh, I get the feeling I know exactly where this lovely little thing is going to come in handy. The joy of having killed a human lies dormant within the clockwork heart. I will kill anything that resembles a human. Okay, so let's explore this big ol' space. Ah! And here's this spot, like, all anew as well. I get the feeling we're gonna have to be doing that technique a lot. We know about the chair. We knew there was a... We knew...
We are... Yes, behind the train car where you woke up. Wait, what is this? Who would put a workshop like this here, of all places? Good grief.
I know exactly who, guys. It's Geppetto. Only Geppetto would think to do this. Geppetto's tools. Oh, if they're giving us this, that means something real is about to go down. Let's upgrade this to +9, which we need a full moonstone for, so we're good. If we find any extra moonstones, we know where we can stick them. And we can switch Legion arms here. Neat. Can we craft one? We don't have any more Legion plugs, so no. And we don't have any more Legion calibers. Okay, what's this? Letter from someone who's gone ahead. Dear Geppetto's puppet, who will come to this workshop train. I'm really thankful to you. A workshop train hidden by Geppetto, isn't that something? If not you, how would I have found this place? Unfortunately for Geppetto, I have the ability to read someone's memories. In Malum District, I had a hunch. They thought that if I followed you, Geppetto's puppet, they'd find the relic he stole, and that hunch was right. The relic has been returned to our sacred place. Now that the stage is set, the doors will open. I know this is all confusing, but soon you will learn everything. Thank you. You were a good guide. That explains the state of the station. The corrupted puppets everywhere. Lotta brake cartridge. So we have shock. We have brake. It's very slightly... I thought I felt something on my face. So these are Geppetto's tools. So he had the ability to do everything, which means if he hadn't been stopped, actually it's not even that. He was working on us while on this train, and he was intending to come back to us to finish working on us on the train. And then the Mad Donkey happened. When the Mad Donkey happened and we had to kill him to get Geppetto to come out of the car, or out of the carriage, excuse me, now this little piece of information is starting to make sense. And we know that Simon Manus was the one who tracked his way over here. He was so separated and the rest of Crot, it wasn't funny. So in a way, I think what Simon Manus is saying is, thanks to you, I know where Hotel Crot is. And that means whatever machination I have with things and or people inside, we know I can pretty easily deduce that he has plans for Sophia, because Sophia explained to us that the alchemists would take listeners who could sense ergo and use it. They would become gold coin trees. They would make them produce gold coin fruit. What if Manus is thinking bigger than that? Like bringing on the evolution of Crot? So Crot not only had one outbreak disaster, but which would be the puppet frenzy put together with the petrification disease. But now you have an outbreak of corrupted creatures on top of that. That's 2 apocalyptic scenarios. I have no idea how how Crot is going to be rebuilt after this, except by puppets. For puppets, and only for puppets. Because it would be too damaged for anything else to live. Now, I could sit here and wax on and on about machinations and plans, but we need to not only find Belle's partner, but we gotta take a break. You guys know what that means with 90 seconds of ads on the clock. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and keeping me company. You guys have been fun. And when we come back, I've got some shilling that I have been meaning to do. But because of what happened during the second break, I thought better of shilling after such a long nature call that now I should do it here instead. So thank you guys, and see you after the commercial break. I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to answer one of nature's calls again. Yay! Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. Now I showed the Discord before. I shall do so again. I'm cultivating a nice little community on here, and I'm hoping to make it bigger and better. I have tons of resources available. You come in, you grab your role, and I usually check the paid roles and stuff. I don't have any way to gatekeep people from picking them, unless I just make it I assign it only. But the whole point is to kind of not have so much work on my shoulders. So I do check those. But really, there are fun things on here. We got pictures in here. They mostly belong to me, but I would like to see some other pictures in here. Only one person has posted those pictures, and I know this person very well. And their pictures are usually very well drawn. I would like to see some others. Photo, snaps, art, you name it. It goes into the picture show. The picture club, the all-knowing picture club. Yeah, I've got a little Gideon Ofnir sub-theme going on in my Discord, along with Elden Ring stuff, which, if you want to be part of the, Reforged updates, but you're I want to just know the patches for when I'm watching and not when I'm, I don't want to have to be a part of a different server. I get that. So I follow the Elden Ring Reforged updates channel on that server, and I've made a channel for it here. So all you have to do is click this nice little you can get this nice post. None of the pictures show up, but only if the updates are published does the follow actually pick up on it. So it won't pick up on things like there was a thumbnail or otherwise a page banner. It won't show that unless it's part of the publish. But you can grab the file from here, you can grab the mod from here. It's great. Absolutely fantastic. What else? We've got places to hang out for games. If you're a content creator, you can even, you can talk to me for YouTube stuff, but Twitch, anything on the Twitch side should just automatically pick up. I'm surprised it hasn't yet. I'm surprised that I'm surprised it hasn't done that yet. Because there is a person in here who streams, and I think the do not disturb status is blocking this from being a part of the the projector room. But I have a place. If you're a content creator and you want to branch out your audience, please feel free to come. Please feel free to come. I promise it'll be worth your while. Now, as for paid benefits, let's briefly talk about them because we've spent 4 minutes doing the shilling. For YouTube, your best bet is going to be Coffee or Patreon. Go look at those links. The tiers there are rated at the same value rate as those on Twitch because I can actually control those prices. Even if you're on Twitch, if you want to pay, if you don't care about Twitch, but you want all the other perks, go put payments on Coffee and Patreon. That'll work out a lot better for you in the short and long term. Cheaper too, because that's what I think those benefits are actually worth. Whereas on Twitch, you get the $9.99 and the 25. I'm sorry. So This is the thing I need to update you guys on. Twitch updated their tier 1 subscription, so now it's $6 instead of $5. I want to say all the subscriptions have been upshifted by $1, which isn't that much, but it adds up in the long term. And Twitch will probably continue to hike the price, but I will still continue to stand by your tier 1 sub is probably the best bang for your buck. As for the other venues or other avenues of financial support, which is never required while you're here, like at all, just know that there are resources there to point you in the right direction and how to use those. And the Twitch UI does a very good job of telling you what you're paying for when you renew or don't renew. That's all I will say there, because I spent 4 minutes on Discord material, and or too much time on Discord material and not enough time on the other stuff. And I'm still trying to pare that down to ideally less than 2 minutes, which I don't know how I'm gonna do unless I say, oh, you guys gotta figure it out, when not everybody is capable of doing that. Some people are using Twitch for the very first time, but maybe that's what the whole interaction thing is for, asking questions. People have to be free to ask their questions, and I have to be free to answer them 10,000 times. That's just kind of how things go. Okay, I want to say this takes us to the other access door, and then we could just, like, skip all this altogether. Yeah, that's exactly what this does. Nothing? Nothing. A lot of nothing.
Don't kill me. I'm a human. Just a soldier. What? Are you a stalker? Name's Atkinson. Crop militia. The suburbs are sealed off. There's no escape. Communications cut off too. Someone planned this all out. No idea who. Above my pay grade. But if you meet someone named Bell in the city, tell her Atkinson died. A soldier.
I need to be prepared to fight him. Okay, let's read this letter. And we know about this. This was written by Mr. Manus. My dearest Belle, I remember the day I met you through your father's friend, Sir Loeft. That day, the steam of Crot Central Station was thick on the platform, and a flock of birds was flying overhead above the glass ceiling. There I waited for you. When I saw a lady take one step down those stairs, I knew it was you. Your effervescent laughter left an impression on me. The reason I'm writing this letter, yes, I'm at the train station, and reminds me of you from that time. We were colleagues at first and then lovers, but I still can't let you go. The way you smiled and looked forward to the exhibition and festivals, those beautiful nights with the fireworks, I just can't let it go. So if we are to survive and make it out of here, I plan to visit you with this letter. Please stay safe and wait for me until then. Sincerely, Atkinson. She gives a completely different account of what their relationship was. They mentioned partner. Partner can mean a lot of things. Could mean lover. Could mean a work associate. She spoke of it like he was a work associate. And that's it. That's all there was. Gotta be careful, because I heard something, or thought I heard something behind me. Nasty. The crawling puppets weren't quite as bad. Yeah, I know. I see you over there. Anyone else? Master Chef's knife blade and handle. A Master Chef's blade. It is short but good enough to slaughter puppets. The citizens who... What? Oh, it was telling me that it had charged up a pulse cell is what happened. I got snapped out of the menu for some silly reason. Let's just read it from the bag and then that won't happen. The citizens who fought back during the puppet frenzy were the most were cooks. The knives that were once used to prepare feasts were repurposed to slaughter puppets. The handle of the personal knife of a master chef. Some famous chefs engraved their handles with their symbol or initials. While slaughtering puppets, they lost their sanity amidst the violence. They got more and more drunk on the feeling of cutting something to pieces rather than saving people. And then they became carcasses, clearly. That's what happened, right? Like 99% of Krot is carcasses now. I know there was a collapse, but why did they have to cut off communication? Please let us out. They cut off communication because they wanted to cut off communication, my fine friend. Haven't you figured that out yet? No, they wouldn't have been able to. Something only we can know. Okay, we want to go this way now. And we've got a couple directions we can go. We still haven't really found that, like, entrance or opening that we saw on the way into Krot Central Station, like from the underground. We never saw that. Not really sure there's a way to it from here. It could be like it's outside of the station. That would make the most sense to me. What about this way?
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you've got.
I don't think so.
You owe ought to give to the needy.
Damn you. Just can't get a hit edgewise on her. What do you mean, rich? How am I rich? What richness are you talking about? Of course, we came there with no pulse cells, so really, who's to blame? Me or her? And I can tell that's a her. It's this nearby door. And trust me, I'm not planning to do kills I don't need to do. Ah, screw you. Right down through here. She feels like a mid-boss, like a halfway point, really. I just have to break her.
You ought to give to the needy.
Yeah, this is a bad weapon for this fight. Yep, kill me.
Stealing from the rich never gets old.
Nope, it doesn't. It gets frustrating, but not old. Yeah, we're gonna have to use a spear here. I'm too slow. I need to be able to poke at her. And I cannot reliably break that weapon. Okay, if we could just... Okay, good. Now the only thing we have to kill is, like... There's one beastie we're gonna have to kill, and that's fine. It's nice to have a in media res type of story, isn't it?
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you got.
Nope.
In a city where everything is upside down, the strong rule, not the wise.
All right. I have to be uninterrupted during the entire grindstone process. There we go.
You ought to give to the needy. Welcome to the city of the future, and the future is death.
You're a tough woman, you know that?
I don't want to die. I just wanted a full belly. That's not so wrong.
No, but I didn't even do anything to you. That's the wrong part. Survival is fine, but not at the expense of the weak. Now, let's take a look at our costumes. So many animal masks. The robber weasel's mask, it may look ridiculous and unimpressive, but its ability to instill fear in the dark is unmatched. The robber believed she could escape the city once the next empty house was ransacked. She never imagined that this would be her last excursion. And then we had the hunting apparel worn by the robber weasel. It may look shabby, but nothing is better for robbing. Countless aristocrats have died, and countless homes have lost their owners. With its many empty houses, Krat became the perfect place for robbers and petty thieves to ply their trade. And now we take her skin. Did she just fade? I think that's what happened. Yeah, she just faded. I didn't even have a chance to marvel at her dead body, her corpse. Oh well. Now we're exploring these places in reverse, which is really cool, by the way. Really cool. I just didn't think the twist in the story would become so dark. But then again, The Adventures of Pinocchio also has many twists and turns in it. Turns and twists that you would not expect. For such an old tale. The Adventures of Pinocchio was published in 1889, I want to say. if my memory serves me correct. If you want more information, in fact, I'll demonstrate this right now. Obviously, you can't use the command if I'm using it, but... So, let's see. 1881. Why did I think 1890 for some weird reason? It's 1881. History never was my strong suit. That is a nice recharge time. So, not only was Carlo Lorenzini, I mean, you guys can read, but not only was he wasn't just any journalist. He was a satirical journalist, which describes like the prior works before he started writing children's books. He talked about the unification of Italy, and he did so through the guise of these lovable children's characters in a time where perhaps Italy's political system, it was more fractured than it is now. Hello. I really would recommend Googling about him. He's a pretty established author. There's gotta be a... Yep, here it is. Oh, we get an... Okay, so the gold ones contain boosters. Good to know. But I also have an, sorry, let me finish explaining the Carlo command here. So more importantly, while I just used it, you guys will have to wait a minute for that lengthy paragraph to come off of cooldown. For those of you on YouTube, I believe the cooldowns are 30 seconds tops, and that's mainly because Nightbot limits me to 200 characters, so I can't give you all that exposition about Carlo Lorenzini. I can't like try to synthesize it down to a few, or like simplify it down to a few sentences. I really gotta show more and say less. And because of that, I want to say most things are either like one sentence or two sentences, and like a link at most, and not really much else. Whereas on Twitch, I have like a 500 character limit for stream elements, so I can really write quite a few detailed things. So if you like my detailed notes for some reason, most people usually don't, be like, too long, didn't read, but if you do like them, I highly recommend you type in !TAOP. YouTube, you guys get a similar link, but it's *TAOP, all lowercase, it just those 4 letters into the chat, and you'll be taken to an Amazon page linking an English translated copy of the book with some stuff added in. It's a really good read from what I understand. Please check it out. I think you'll be surprisingly well rewarded. I want to say... Yeah, we don't want to be here yet. Hopefully Belle will still be waiting on a reply from us. Oh good, we couldn't have gone this way anyway. We had to go around. We had to take the long way. I imagine the time is like 1881 or something like that. That would make a lot of sense. So let's go back to Hotel Crot and talk to Belle. And I'm also thinking maybe Some stuff has changed. Oh, you're still here, Sophia. Good.
Whatever choice you make.
Not yet. I don't want to level up quite yet. Hey there.
Good to see you. I was getting worried waiting this long. The situation here seems to be getting worse. Soldiers like me are blunt. So give it to me straight. Is my partner safe?
He was killed in action fighting a puppet.
This is Atkinson's handwriting on the letter. When we came to Krat, I never thought it would end like this. Sometimes you meet people who make you believe they'll always be with you. But a life can be snuffed out at any moment. I need to stay alive to notify others of his death. But it feels like something inside me has died as well.
Damn.
Anyway, I appreciate knowing what happened. I mean it.
A world I did not know when I was in the tower. The flower you gave me, the world you showed me, made me happy. My memories are burning, leaving only the question of why behind. Where does love begin? Why? A song of aching love and whispers. Now, Belle's dialogue here brings up a very compelling conversation, and it's something I want to leave you guys with. Because I want to listen to this record, like, do the last bits of maintenance before the next boss, which I think you guys will really like. I kind of already know what it is, but I'm not going to spoil it. She said, a partner can make you believe, you know, that they'll always be in life with you forever. And that kind of really strikes home for people who've lost a loved one, and specifically a person they loved intimately. So I have a question, and it's of a personal nature. Feel free not to answer if it's too painful. I get it. Stuff's not easy to talk about, but have any of you ever lost a loved one, specifically a spouse or a partner, a life partner, but like a spouse or partner? Yeah, one of those two things. Either any of you guys lost someone like that, or you were kind of like working your way towards having that person be a spouse or a partner. Because even though we're in the real world and we don't have any kind of like magical science or technology, and people can live very long lives if they play their cards right and go to the doctor when they no longer can, a long lifespan is not guaranteed. You could die anytime. And that's nothing to say of people who have died in car accidents, doing drunk driving, or even just the victim of a drunk driver or someone who is on the influence. That's nothing to say of people who've been run over by tractors or mauled by wild animals going on an adventure, or wild camping, or being trapped in a burning building, or being accidentally locked into a meat locker and frozen to death. Or even just getting stranded on a plane crash. If you're the unfortunate survivor of a crash, there was a group of people in the Alps that I remember a case about where they eventually ended up like trying to eat each other to survive. Like, imagine surviving only to have to do that. As a human, we learn to carry our own mortality with us. And statements like Belle's really go to show that we sometimes need to... Sometimes it just takes a piece of media to put our own life back into perspective. So, do you guys have someone you've lost that's been that painful before? Again, and for those of you on YouTube, please feel free to leave it in the comments. I would love to read these and understand your perspectives on these events, because I think discussing stuff like this, even to random strangers, can sometimes bring some closure you weren't expecting. Additionally, sometimes just getting that stuff off your chest is good, because holding in that grief, that pain, all to yourself, thinking about it every day until it subsumes you and you're driven by it, and you become a shell of your former self when this happens. That's not good. Spilling about it in a controlled manner on the internet can help sometimes, because this is a warped world, and you don't always get the ability to talk to your neighbor across the street or that you've been talking to for years. You don't get the ability to vent about it to your best friend who will sit there on your shoulder and cry. You don't always get the ability to talk to your sibling, whether that be a brother, a sister, or someone that's in neither of those camps, or your parents or your grandparents or your nieces and nephews and uncles and aunts, and I could go on and on. Sometimes you don't get that. Sometimes you get a random stranger that you just have to take a chance on. Granted, I'm talking about this in the time period where we can be incredibly selective with who we talk to about these things, but you might not always get that chance. If our world ever starts to hit the shitter in a way that would be irreparable, consider writing down, consider putting it out in public. Leave it as an archaeological record for the next species to come after us. Consider putting it out anywhere for people to read. Again, you can control the detail, but just think about not, even if it's putting pen to paper and legitimately writing it down, consider doing that too. Do anything to try to shed the mantle of grief during the species' last hours. You don't want to be harboring grief and resentment to your grave. You'd like to have some kind of solace, or at least make yourself feel partially better about speaking about it, but that's really about it. So, let's do the wrap-up activities. We got a weapon to upgrade. I think we also have something to dismantle, too.
I know my way around a weapon.
Let's assemble weapons. Can't upgrade any of these yet. I thought we had something to upgrade. We don't.
I always welcome.
At the house of any.
Nope, nothing of the sort. I think the only thing we've got left to do is... Oh, he never actually talked to you again, huh?
Strange. It feels like a portion of my memory has been cut away from me. It hurts so much. It's not like a real wound, but still. Strange. It hurts so much.
Damn, that's really deep. Like, Belle's statement really got to me, which is why I gave that whole expose on, grief, loved ones, and asking that pivotal question of whether or not you guys had experienced something similar. I've not. I've never been invested enough in a person. I've wanted to be, but I've never been invested enough as a person to really feel that. I don't want to feel that because that's painful, but I've never even had the ability to garner that kind of perspective before. So I'm interested in hearing it from people who have. It's different than like breaking up or fighting, but someone you legit lost, before you had a chance to really cement your time together with them, to really capitalize on that investment, that building of memory together.
So, you who found the workshop train. And the letter. I know who sent that letter. It has to be Simon. He has always been after my inventions. P organs are the best at bringing out Ergo's power, and he's obsessed. Don't pay that snake's lies any mind. Trust me and save Krat, my son. You don't remember. Ask me about it. Krat Central Station. There used to be a workshop near the station. However, the puppets destroyed it when they attacked. Many of the puppets have moved on, but now, strange.
Okay, this was the same stuff he had talked about earlier. All right, put me in the electric chair. So we got yet another P organ activation. What do we want here? Perfect guard causes stiffness. We wanted this one. We have 1 quartz. Attack of Fable Arts. We do use them a little more than I was expecting to. Let's see. What do we have? Status ailments, perfect guard regain recovery. Oh, we want this. Like big time. Fatal attack, Fable Charger. Legion consumption and crisis. I don't really care about that. Consumables include things like wish stones, if I remember correctly, from a bit of reading I had to do about the game mechanics. Let's go for the perfect guard. Perfect guard gain regain recovery. Good God, what a mouthful. PGGRR. Even saying that gets you all tongue-tied. Now, there are 2 things I want to do. 1 is level up. Number 2 is to listen to that record. Why? I'm surprised we were able to get it. I honestly thought we were gonna miss that record.
No matter what, serve welcomed.
Valuables, a bar of gold. Yep, we know about that. Might as well sell all the hard stuff. I think we can still only level up a total of twice.
Whatever choice you make.
Okay, 1 point there and 1 point in advance. I feel pretty good about that. And now we can swap this out for, like, say... Will this get it? No. We're actually good here. Yeah, now we can, like... We can have pretty good DPS for going into the boss fight. Which, again, I know which boss it is from reading. And I kind of have to. I don't, like, read ahead to the exact page, but you read a lot of incidental stuff, so you just kind of know. Plus, I have to know for thumbnail making purposes. Now, the record. It's the last thing we're going to do for today. I suspect this one's going to be lyrical. Mostly because there was such a detailed description of the record itself. Wow, so much for lyrics. I'm grateful, of course. It's so beautiful. This is the part where the game pulls a surprise, and it's like, surprise! I got lyrics in the second half. I'm sure this music had to be a joy to create and compose. At least I sure hope it was and wasn't like AI generated. I doubt that, because there would have been a whole scandal about this if it were AI generated. So I hope the musicians who put that together really enjoyed it, as well as the musical composer for that as well. I really hope they enjoyed that. Nice. All right, well, that's it, folks. I got a thumbnail to make. I am gonna try to beef this one up if I can. Because I can't tip my hand yet. All I will say is that the thumbnail is either going to be a tell of a near future event, or it's going to be a tell of something further, depending on what I think, you know, the upcoming difficulty of the boss might be like. There's no way there's not a boss. When you guys looked outside the central station and it's just blank as far as the eye could see, there's no like puppets that spawned in the loading distance or anything, nothing being called into view. Yeah, that's boss territory. For those of you on YouTube, mwah, molto bene, very good. Very good. I'm glad you guys could be here. I don't really have anything for you. Please check out the description if you would like to know. If you'd like to keep up with the stream schedule, join the Discord, or so much more. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable. And with that, we are going to move on to the Twitch shoutouts. Stay safe, take care of yourselves, and goodbye, my YouTube senators and inductees. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Now, as for the Twitch shoutouts, it's going to take me just a second. Okay, I have one I can point you guys to. I'm gonna point you to two, of course, because I want to say, yep, we don't have anybody. So usually when I know I don't have people, like it's just me and a bunch of bots, I just cut and run. I point you guys to some people that may be more interesting than me, better than me at streaming, etc., etc. This first guy, I know of him, but I've yet to check out any of his streams. He is called Fear the Beard TV. He does other stuff besides marbles on stream, but he is also yet another entertainer who is well known for doing marbles on stream. I want to say he does that stuff at the same time Gracker does. There's a lot of people who like crossover channels when it comes to marbles on stream. Let me give you that shout out. Oh. Now, this is unexpected. Peepo pace pal leave. What? Aniv. No. Aniv, just no. The other person I'm going to direct you to is a YouTube content creator. It is an Instagram. It is also a prolific Instagram poster, among other things. His resume is very well spread out. His name is Ali Eldrazi. I know him for his Magic the Gathering content, but today he's doing something else. Hearthstone. Dun, dun, dun. That's cheating. You're cheating on I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I am uber omega kidding. I was just being dramatic. Let's give the shout out. There you go. Check it. Go. Go check him out. He works really hard on his content, both the long form and the streams. Well, that's all I will say, because there are certain sweet bonus perks that you get for being in there. Something of a bit more physically persuasive nature. I will allow you to see that for yourselves. Now, thank you so very much for hanging out with me. I hope to be back tomorrow on time with a thumbnail done well before the stream. If you guys didn't see the grinding video that I posted for posterity, you do not have to, but I would recommend that you watch it just so if I ever do another one of those, or you just want to see what we did prior to fighting the green monster, you can do that. I worked really hard on the thumbnail. I think it's one of my better ones, even if it's super simple. I really recommend you at least look at the thumbnail. Thumbnail is omega hot stuff. I know, I'm getting crunk off my own work. Something a person should never do. But I do feel happy about that thumbnail. I mean it. Now, my name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Thank you guys on YouTube if you stuck around the whole time. If not, I don't blame you. I want to thank everybody on Twitch as well. Thank you again to Rasby for the donation. I really, really bloody appreciate it. It means a lot. Again, your name will be on the next panel. I hope you'll be able to watch the VOD to see it. And with that, you guys know the algorithmic stuff to do. Again, I'm going to point you to the Discord. It's either below the stream in the About Me section on Twitch. You can check either of those spots right now. Or it'll be in the description on YouTube. I really recommend you join that. Just make sure you follow or subscribe first so that I can do some tracking of rosters and everything. That's it. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Call me whatever will make you feel more comfortable. This has been another episode of Lies of P. The plot's wrapping up fast, boys and girls. We got one more crucial leg of it, I think, before, we get to play round 2 with the game. And then, after round 2, if Elden Ring Reforged is still not compatible with the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, well, we'll have to discuss that more. Yeah, stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.